all the way from Belgium. Goed, lekker, lekker. Let's go. On Noah first and go, setting him up with his left foot forward. Setting up for this one last obstacle stretch. Looks like he's eyeing up the A-frame. Left foot forward he goes. The backside, board side. Full pull, baby. Managing the tension like an absolute pro as he goes up the pull gap. Jumping a little bit too early on to that safety. I'm not sure if that was intentional, but that was very, very sick. Using the safety of the left box, on the pull gap. Super unique approach and just popping up a little bit too early and losing grip of his board.
Next rider, Gauthier Chapelon, France.
So I'm no judge, so this is, as my very good friend Maddie likes to say, unofficially, but I don't have the voice for it. So Chapelon starting with a big old tail grab off that left kicker as he sets up left foot forward, front loop, dropping into the rail ride, showing a very interesting approach onto that rail, showing he can use both the top coping as well as the sidewall. On he goes, front side 180 up, and full pull on that fun box. As we see here in the LCQ, our riders like to play it a little bit safer here when it comes to the flat water tricks. More risk, and as you know, if you go down, not the best reward. So I don't think we're going to see some many more flat water tricks. But hey, in the end of the day, it's a big part of wake skating. So hopefully the boys will play it smart. Jumping goes backside, board side, full pull. On the transition, so shove it clean as you like, popping my so big onto the front side big spin. A bit funky on the landing and no body dragging through. Are we going to see a recovery? Is that going to be enough? I'm not too sure. If he got that front side big spin, I do think it probably won't be enough to make it through to the next round. But as I said before, this is unofficially, of course. Be sure to check out the results on massive shout out to our sprayers, making sure our rails are nice and smooth. Nice and lubricated, as some might say. And of course, to all our competitors, please make sure that after you finish your run, if you do have the chance, give a couple of sprays where you can. We're about to get started with our wakeboard underfoot rider is going to have only one lap, and the best rider in each category, that's right, just the one, is going to be making it through to the next round. So in our first heat, we got all the way from Italy, Sofia Gesualdo. We got Emily Menges of Deutschland, and we got Nala Tus of Slovenia. Madonna.
Wakeboard LTT under 14 girls. First rider is Sofia Gesualdo from Italy.
Sophia setting up with a right foot forward. Big old jump into the walls. Super unique approach on that fun box. And just making it through that wall into the water. Hop from board. 98% full pull. Very solid. First hit we've seen like that all day. On she goes for that massive transfer. Just going down on that nose grab 180. Super unique approach going toe side, front side. And from the inside of the cable, so the cable is actually pulling you towards what you're jumping over as opposed to kind of edging away from the cable as we normally see on these types of gaps. Super creative, but just not quite riding away from it. That's unfortunate and probably won't be enough to make it.
Next rider is Nala Tus.
One round. All eyes are on the water for Nala. She sets up big old 180, and I think she fit in a grab in there as well. Maybe it was a tickle. Going from the safety onto the outside wall ride and taking it to 270 out. Setting up now. I thought I saw an edge there, but I think she's going to take it easy through that back straight. Not going to risk it. As she sets up over for Features Fairway here on the back straight with her right foot forward. Oh, switching it out for a left foot forward. Eyeing up the A-frame for the backside, board side, and getting that 270 out. She's spun a little bit early, but still very solid. 180 in, 180 out, much, much better. No pre-spin on that one. Let's see what she's got for us over on the air trick. Little tic-tac-toe action. Ooh, and taking it back for that backside 180 at the end. Make it through. Remember, guys, it's not just about the air tricks. It's not just about the rails. It's about a combination of everything. The overall impression is super, super important in your run. And an overall impression Nala certainly have just put together with that beautiful Classico heel front 5 to end her run. Showing the jump set up for our next heat. We got Israel's Maya Alcacer, we got the UK Samuel Bradbury, we got the UK's Jessie Saunders, and we got France's Celeste Chausson. Setting up with a right foot forward for the front lip, and dropping into the wall ride. Not quite the hit that you wanted, but still very, very solid. On to the left. Maya coming around now with a right foot forward, setting up for the, I believe the A-frame, going toe side for the front lip, up there. How you like your fish, son. Next up, we got the UK, we got Team GB's Summer Bradbury. I was training with Summer earlier this summer over in 313. I saw her absolutely shredding. So I'm excited to see what she's going to throw down.
Next rider is Summer Bradbury from
70 in, 270 out on the fun box. Very, very solid start from the young English athlete. Doing it for king and country. Insane. Just boosting. Little tic-tac action. Team GB going wild. I'm not sure if having no flat water tricks is going to hurt at this stage, but my oh my, that rails and kickers in this run. All eyes on the water for Jesse Saunders, starting up with that toe side, front side 360. As she goes for the front loop, same way 270 out. Locking in that trick and not having a single bit of pre-spin. Very, very solid. 270 in. Pretzel 90 out. Summer making her way back now after a phenomenal first run. Oh, first and only. Forgot we were in the LCQ for a second with the level of riding. Big old Ollie 180 and back. Showing the judges she can do it with both feet forward. As she sets out for features fairway. To quote from the Gladiator, "Are you not?" Just nuts. As she goes, one last hit for the El Clasico, the heel front five, Team GB going wild. Good start from Team GB.
Next rider is Celeste Chausson from France.
The blind, the backside rotation. As she sets up for the Dominic Hurler feature. Nice mellow cut. The backside board side. Pretzel 270, straight from a textbook. I checked on the textbook, how do you do them? And Celeste, that is very, very unfortunate. She had a very start of her run, so with that 540, and of course the inside-out approach on the fun box over in the front straight. So is it going to be enough? I'm not too sure. That's up to our judges.
First rider will be Magyar Rosa.
Berta putting in the work. She saw the standard in the two previous heats, and she knows what she needs to put together. There's that backside board slide, front side 180 out. Very, very solid start. Playing it safe, but playing it steezy. Backside board slide, full, pulling it. Setting her back up to her right foot forward. A little better action with that backside 360 looks. The side's a little bit hard to see, but not to worry, not to worry. Tomorrow we'll have the live stream fully online. We'll be able to see it perfectly. With that 540 on the wheel. There's that 180 action. I think she's going to take it chill through this section. She just wants to put a run together, especially after seeing what can happen here in the LCQ in the previous two heats. It ain't over till it's over. And there is the tantrum. Let me tell you, these kids nowadays just throwing tantrums left, right, and center.
The next rider is Eliška Ramikova from Czech Republic.
Almost hitting her head on the kicker. That was a bit scary. For those of you who know me, you know I love a little wordplay. So check this girl out from the Czech Republic. Good first kicker hit. But that is part of the game. It's part of the game. It's unfortunate. So that would be it for our rider from the Czech Republic, Eliška Ramikova.
The next rider is Széplaki Roletta, Hungary.
Not a crow was left in sight after that insane scarecrow. Just a little bit heavy on the landing there from Loretta. Another local hero coming out of Hungary. So this, I'm not sure if this is her home park, but this is definitely her home grounds. I mean, in terms of the crowd and, of course, all the love here in the Hungarian wake community. That is a big old cut for an insane back row. A little bit, ma'am. 180 in. And the tranny finder almost catching an edge on that landing. But keeping it together, she goes for that backside 360. And no, there was no butt check there. I saw that. A little bit funky on the landing, managing the tension like an absolute pro. But keeping it together for one more kicker hit. All eyes on the water. Put your hands together for Loretta Sleplitsky as she goes for the heel side, front side. And put quite the work in for the rest of the course.
The next rider is Laura Bertram from Germany.
Germany's Laura Bertram is going to have to respond to that. Laura's at quite an advantage after seeing everyone riding. As you know, the seating in these LCQs is based on how you performed back in the qualifiers. The better you did, the more you can see of your competitors. And Loretta and Laura definitely taking that into her advantage with that backside 360 off the kicker onto the case, and she goes 270 in to the wall. She goes. I'm not sure if that was intentional, but that was very, very smooth. On she goes to the fun box. That is a big old cut. That backside boardside transfer. Oh my girls LCQ, and we're seeing some tricks that we more frequently would see in the junior men, if not the playing it safe with that 180 in, 180 out with a grab. On she goes. Big old heel side cut for the Air Rayleigh. An Air Rayleigh for the Israeli. That being me. Laura going for one last trick. What's it going to be? Ooh, I'm not sure if, I guess she buttered that scarecrow. Yeah, I like it. It was a little bit of a butt check, but not too bad. And she landed in the 90s. I'm not sure if she wanted to go for the front roll or the scarecrow, but still very solid. And I mean, it looked sick, and that's what it is about in the end of the day. Big round of applause for our under 14 girls wakeboard LCQ. For the young Polish rider, Patrick Flescher. Coming in right foot forward on his heels with a, as he goes for the fun box. Back lip, aka Steez. You got to play it real to see that you're adding grabs. They want to see some style. They want to see left foot forward, right foot forward. Some good composition. On to the Air Rayleigh he goes. Team Poland goes wild. One more trick for the young Pierogi. There's the front roll. Yes, sir. Look at that claim. He is stoked. Fantastyczne. Dziękuję bardzo. Next up, we got doing it for Team Spain, Lucas. And if I pronounce it wrong, please forgive me. Le Cavalier.
Next rider is Lucas Le Chevalier from Spain.
Kind of reminds me of how Sam DeHaan does it. On he goes, inside out. There's that firecracker to switch 50-50. And getting a very solid spin out, locking in super proper. On he goes, front lip, 2 front board, full pull, baby. Yes, sir. 50. And switching it back up. Not quite sure that's what he wanted, but still very solid. Getting that toe back 3 in to the back lip. Same way 90 out, managing the tension like a pro. Not quite locking in, but still very, very solid. Spaniard, the toe side, backside, 360. Not quite sure that's what he wanted, but still very solid. Next up, we got another local. We got
Zoltán, Hungary.
Crowd going wild as Armata sets up with his right foot forward on his toes. Not a crow in sight as he's rotation out of it. On he goes, left foot forward onto the fun box. Hard way 360. Are you not entertained? This is the under 14 LCQ. Guys, this is insane. There's that Rayleigh. On he goes. Is that a toe side cut? It is a toe side cut. Beverly Hill outside approach, 50-50, front board, pretzel 450 out. Insane. Tantrum into the pool, going back one on, same way 180 off. Not quite locked in, but still very solid. To the, was that a double grab S-bend? Double grab Vulcan, sorry. And finishing with that heel front 5. My, oh my, that is the future. And let me tell you, the future of our sport is looking so bright. That front side 360 transfer and just locking in that 50-50 with a rope behind his back, and he just brings it back around. We're about to get started with Group B of our under 14 wakeboard LCQ. Very solid, going 2 steps, and then the pot. Ooh, and just getting a little bit funky with it. Laurent dance for the young croissant. Some fancy footwork as he goes for the toe side. Backside 540. Are you kidding me? Super controlled, and it's almost like he stopped to make sure that the judges can see that he grabbed it in the middle of the rotation and kept on going. Solid stuff. This group's LCQ. Next up, we're going to have Axel Dilholm Bennigsen.
Strider will be Axel Dilholm Bendiksen, representing Denmark.
Not incredibly was very well done, just needed a little bit of fixing at the end. But there is Axel getting started with that beautiful tantrum, and I think his boots became undone because he's playing with those boots. Nah, he looks all good. Going 50-50, front lip. Not quite locking in and going down into that wall. Setting up with his right foot forward for the 180 on and then 180 off onto the fun box. Setting up big old heel to the cable to do that. Doing an in-lake air trick, out-lake. On he goes. A bit of a butt check, but I don't think it's going to hurt his score too much. But
the next rider is Nikolai Jakubus from Poland.
All eyes now on the water for Poland's Mikołaj Jagufusz, setting up with the Scarecrow to the, but still riding away from the case and rail. On he goes to the fun box, right foot forward. Big old transfer, shifty, two back lip, full. On he goes, in lake, back row to revert. Maybe that's what he wanted to do over on the other side of the lake. Just listen to that board slap the water on that blind judge. Almost to show the judges, look, I'm doing it super proper. And just, not quite getting that rotation. I think he wanted to do a grab and then take it to a backside rotation, but just not quite muscling that board around. Way 270. That fun box is slowly but surely becoming my favorite rail here in gear. We've seen some super interesting and creative hits on that with that hardway 3, the shifty back 2. We had the jump, the hop into the wall ride. And I'm sure we're going to see some more creative stuff as we move further along the competition with the skaters as well. So we're going to keep things moving as we're getting ready to set up our next group. We have Alexander. On those rails, we got a fair few pieces of plastic on those rails. We got a fair few pieces of plastic here on the in gear. We got the kickers, the case, and that wall ride. Those two insane fun boxes. Of course, the dance floor, the curb, that beautiful pool, and last but definitely not the least, the Dominic Hernler feature. So quite a fair bit of opportunity for our riders to show some creativity, some expression, and of course, risk it.
The next rider will be Alexander Pilczuk from Poland.
There's the green light for Alex. Backside board slide, same weight, 90 out. As he goes, eyeing out that fun box with his right foot forward. Heel side cut, backside board slide. And I think he sneaked a little grab as he popped off the end of that fun box. As I just said, very creative, very unique approaches we're seeing on that fun box. On he goes. I think he's taking a chill through this back straight as he sets up for the next set of features. On he goes. Right foot forward on his heels. Big old cut. Backboard, and just locking it in on his nose. Same way 90 out. Setting up perfectly for the pull, going through the safety of that mill rail and all the way through that kink. On he goes. Beautiful roll out of that. And I don't know if that would count as a butt check, but that was pretty close to it. On he goes for the Rayleigh and just not coming back. Ooh, that looked like it hurt, but hey.
There will be Rowan Anderson representing the Netherlands.
Front lip, front lip, front lip. Same way 270 and landing a bit heavy and popping the handle out of that rotation. That is unfortunate. But that will be the end of the road for Roan. I mean, Alexander put quite the run up until that last rally. So I'm not sure if that's going to be enough. But hey, Maximilian has got quite the advantage. I mean, everyone else in this heat has already fallen. So he needs to put a solid and safe run together. Team Germany going wild as their side cut. Was that a toe side rally? I couldn't really see from my angle, but that was huge. Not quite sure if that was intentional, but still very solid. And still plenty of the run to go. Speaking of which, oh my. Goes for the stratosphere height crypt. And of course, not forgetting that nose grab. Oh my goodness. Onto the toe front 5. Very, very solid. Quite similar to what he did on the curb here. I'm not sure if that's going to hurt his score, but I mean, compared to the other two riders, that has. So, for our last LCQ group for the under 14 wakeboard division, we're going to have Ori Israeli, we're going to have Yakub Willem Dian, we're going to have Chris. Can we please make sure everyone is at the dock? Ori Israeli, Ori Israeli. And there he is, the one and only Ori Israeli. Getting started with a heel frontside 720, going out guns blazing. Setting up right foot forward for the Kaysen. 50-50. Little tic-tac-toe action from the step onto the pipe. Getting a little wobbly there, but still staying composed ahead of that fun box. Big old heel. Almost going down on that tic-tac-toe, almost catching a front edge. Up right foot forward for the backside boards and almost slipping out. Going for the toe back 360 to the 180 on and not quite locking in down the box on the pipe. Getting a little bit caught on that rewind off the curb and just getting that butt check and just going down on the back mob. And that will be it for Ori Israeli.
The next rider will be Jakub Willem Dilan from Czech Republic.
All eyes on the water. And the Czech team goes wild as Jakub gets started with that toe front 5. On he goes to the Kaysen. Left foot forward, backside board slide, and hopping into that wall ride. Switching it up, right, switching it up. Ollie frontside 360. Ollie frontside 180. Big old Ollie. On he goes for the crypt. Little snake bite 180. I like that a lot. Backside board slide. Same way, 270 out. He goes for the backside, 360. Backside board slide to switch 50-50 on the waterfall. Same way, 180 out. Getting that 180 on and then half cab roll off the transition curb. Dobre yen. Czech Republic, where you at with that S-bend? From Jakub Willem Dian. JVD. He sets up left foot forward for the backside 360 on that inside kicker. On he goes, left foot forward onto the caisson. A step, a front board on the pipe, and it's going to reward that a lot with that outside in 360 into the transition. Onto the Vulcan he goes. Onto the in-lake back roll to revert. Some good composition points right there. Setting up one more air trick, the heel side. The crypt. That's the air railing and landing with the opposite foot forward. Okay, the 270 transfer just slipping out. No. Line going wild. And he sets up for the backside 360. Keeping it steezy. Little ollie just to stay on focus. On he goes. Whoa, that was the quickest hop I've seen in my life, going from the step onto the pipe with that 360 out, but just getting on that step for barely a second. There he goes with that inside out approach with that frontside 360. Similar to what we saw from Christoph on the right hand side fun box. There's that outlay crypt. Going in lake. Crypt as well. Showing the judges he can do it. And I can see Felix is on the shore and he is stoked. CQ. Congratulations to our winner and commiserations to all the other riders. Of course, pat yourselves on the back. You made it to the European titles. But we're going to be moving forward onto the next rounds. And of course, we're going to get started with our young at heart, as I like to call it, the 40 and above veteran men's wakeboard. LCQ, we're going to have a group A go first, as you'd expect.
Rider is Christoph from Germany.
Just had a quick judges change as we're getting ready to send off Christoph Wolf of Deutschland. Going out guns blazing, starting out with that air rally start. Yes, sir. On slide and grabbing with that 90 on the fun box, not using that A-frame. Oh, and almost going down. Just a bit of an over rotation on that air trick. Setting him up with his left foot forward to go in lake, air rally. Yeah, 180 out. Little switcheroo for that back lip. Oh, getting that backside 360 on the tabletop. Some fancy footwork. On to the crypt, right in front of the judges. To the in-leg back roll. To the out-leg back roll to revert. Look at that tension management. And I can hear the German team screaming all the way to the other side of the lake. And the crowd goes wild with that beautiful grabbed heel front 180. Mega, mega, mega. Next up, from Hungary, we got Zoltan Jesso. Remember, guys, these boys are the 40 and above LCQ. This is not the open men. The young at heart, as I like to call it.
The next rider will be Jerzy Zoltan from Hungary.
And all eyes on the water as Zoltan is starting up his run with that nose grab, heel, frontside 180. Yes, sir. On he goes. Backside board side, holding on the nose, and a little tail tap at the very end. Choosing not to rotate out, but look at that in-lake rally, managing the tension like an absolute pro. The cable's shaking a little bit, so I think he's going to take a miss on this next air trick as he sets up for this back straight of rails. Right foot forward, he goes for the backside board side, full pull, getting that same way 90 out. The bagel to the toe side approach. Hardaway when back roll bounce, taking down Jesso. That is unfortunate. But hopefully it wasn't the commentator's kiss of death. You okay, Jesso? Give us a thumbs up. Absolute athlete. The young at heart LCQ Group A. Next up, we got
Christian Roger from Germany.
Doing it for Deutschland. Team Pretzel. In a toe side 360 approach from the kicker, just hitting the side of that rail, of the kicker like a rail. On he goes for that backside board side, full pull on the case in. Dankeschön. 180 in, 180 out of the dance floor of the fun box. Coming around the corner now for the, I couldn't quite see what it is, but I think it was an air rally. On he goes, left foot forward for the back roll to revert as he sets up right foot forward to setting him up perfectly for that back straight over rails. On he goes, left foot forward, choosing to hit that middle rail from the safety straight away. That is a big old pop onto the pool gap for the gapping from the safety of the middle rail to the donkey kink at the very end. And going for that blind judge and not quite managing that tension, just landing a little bit tail heavy and slipping out of that one.
The next rider is Alessandro De Cristofaro from Italy.
Ludo on the camera. Smile to the camera, Ludo. A little step and a hop from the last step onto the pipe, jumping away from the cable, making it much, much more difficult. The backside board slide transfer, full pull, Madonna, doing it for the pizzas. On he goes, big old heel side cut for the what looked like an S bend. It's a bit hard with where for the Dominic Hurler feature, going for the 50-50 to front lip. Switching it back to 50-50, full pulling it, yes. 180 in, front lip tap. Not quite the full pull, but this has been happening quite frequently with that rail. Super technical to grab it. Getting a beautiful stalefish off that curve, going in lake, back roll to revert. Setting him up with his right foot forward for the air railie. Not going the full extension, but 360. And Team Italy goes wild. Koski, Maciek, Boulder. We got Poland, Hungary, and Germany all in one heat and bringing it around to that outside wall, riding away. On with his right foot forward to the fun box. Big heel side cut. Starting up the air tricks, switching it up, left foot forward for the big old crib to the inside of the lake. On he goes for the back straight, Setting up, left foot forward. Backstep boards, not quite the full pull that you reverts, showing the judges he can do it with both legs. Onto the outside, cribbed. The crowd going wild as he sets up for one last kicker trick. That pop in the handle. Oh, the going down on that heel side, front side.
Ready.
Hungary, put your hands together for your local hero. Starting off with a beautiful heel side, front side 180 with a tail grab. Just tweaking it around. Looked really good. Spinning on that skinny rail. Are you kidding me? Some risky stuff. Some old school risky stuff, if I may add. But hey, this is the young at heart category. And just falling off a little bit early on that left fun box. As he sets up for the air trick section now. Right foot forward he goes. Setting up left foot forward to the inside of the leg. That is a big old cut for the air railie. Coming around the corner now. Left foot forward for the little tic-tac action. Backside, board slide, switch 50, lip slide. It had it all. Big old indie grab. And another indie grab with the safety of that middle rail on the pull gap. 180 in, same way, 360 out. Over on the transition, going left foot forward for the C, putting in the work. I mean, that spin on that little coping on the wall ride on the front straight, that's some risky biscuits. I love it. Next up, we're going to have Marcin Makowski of Poland. Dzień dobry and dzień dobry indeed. Big round of applause for Zoltan. Guys, gotta give more credit to these fellas. These is the young at heart 40 and above division here in the IWWF Youth and Senior Wakeboard Cable Wakeboard Championship.
The next rider is Marcin Mackowski from Poland.
Putting their lives and bodies on the line. And get started. Right foot forward for the tantrum. On he goes. Left foot forward for the 50-50 to 50-50. Full pull baby. The FPB. Yes, sir. Showing the judges that if he's hitting a rail, he's hitting it proper and he's locking it in. Going the inside-out approach on that left fun box with that hard way 180 into the transition on the inside. On he goes for the beautifully done Vulcan. Going in lake, back roll, textbook. Setting him up with his right foot forward, going out lake, crypt. Coming in left foot forward. On he goes for the front lip, front lip, front lip. Same way 90. The bagel, as some people like to call it, because you're spinning the same way like a ring. Out on that pull gap rail to the front roll out of the transition curb. Keeping it composed. You can see it in his face. He wants it. He wants it bad. Only one rider making it through in this division. The back roll to revert, to back roll to revert. Pass from the young at heart pierogi.
Next rider is Maciek Bonder from Poland.
Get up, left foot forward. He goes on his heels. Backside, board side, full pull. Great Britain.
Rider is Iwwf from Slovakia.
Can we please make sure our sprayers are around the dock and ready to rumble? We need you to make sure our rails are nice and wet. I think that's the green light for you, Raj. Yes, it is. All eyes on the water for the young at heart Slovakian rider as he sets up right foot forward on his heels. The backside 360. Switching it up to his left foot forward, going heel side, eyeing out the caisson. What's it going to be? The backside, board slide, to the step, to the wall, to the front flip. Don't know if that was intentional, but just give us a wave to know that you're okay. There it is. Wow, what a man, what a sender. As I said, putting their bodies and lives on the line for you. There is the green light for Massimiliano of Italy. Setting up right foot forward on his heels. Choosing to take the bigger kicker here. One of the only riders we've seen today hit that bigger kicker on the right with that nose grab front side 180. On he goes. Step to 50-50 and back to the wall. Not quite locked in, but still very, very solid. And staying composed through that slip off the pipe is very, very difficult. And just sending it a little bit too hard. Left foot forward. Inside of the lake. The front roll, the front flip. On he goes to the Dominic Hurler feature, going big old transfer. Not quite locking in, but making the hop off look very smooth from the flat section of that pipe onto the pull gap. Much, much cleaner as he goes for the nose grab, front side 180 out of the curb. Going left foot forward, back roll to revert. Right foot forward. I think he's going to skip that section. Is it going to be enough? Madonna, Madonna, Madonna. There's that grabbed heel side front side 180 with his left foot forward. Is it going to be enough? I think the judges saw that he was going to go for an air trick right before the motor tower, and I'm worried it might affect his score a fair bit. But we'll see, we'll see. There's still 2 more riders to go, and as I said earlier, only 1 rider will be making it through in this heat. We still got Ivan and Adrian, Both no.
There is Ivan Pospisil.
Quite making it all the way, about 70% full pull as he lands into the wall. Setting up for the fun box as he goes backside, boardside, and just setting it a little bit too hard each time. Eyeing up the Dominic Hurler feature, right foot forward. Is it going to be the transfer? Not quite locked in on that backside, boardside, but still very, very solid on that tail grab in onto the pull gap, popping off that middle popper and just gapping it back into the water. Getting a little funky on the landing on that grabbed 180 off the transition curb. Going in lake, back roll to revert. Showing the judges he can do it both ways onto the S-bend. One more trick for the young Slovakian athlete. What's it gonna be? The heel side, front side, 360, and Team Slovakia goes wild. So let's have a look at some scores and how everyone is standing. Be sure to follow the live scores here, either on site or on cablewakeboard.net. And of course, be sure to share the live stream to your loved ones, to your friends, to anyone who asks what wakeboarding is and what cable wakeboarding is. Let's help grow our community slowly but surely.
The next rider is Adrian Clayton, Team GB.
Team GB want to be heard all the way in Heathrow. My God, those cheers were loud. That's amazing. Adrian Clayton setting up, left foot forward for the heel side, front side, 540. Solid start to get out for us over on the inside of the leg. Left foot forward. Rayleigh showing the judges he can spin and he can pop both ways. Words, so many words. On he goes, left foot forward for the backside, board side, same way, 90 out. There's a tail grab to the 180 on, same way, 180 off, not quite locking in, but still very, very solid for Adrian. Going the toe side, front side, 180 in, keeping it composed. He's already seen everyone ride. He knows exactly what he needs to put together for the rest of his run. Going for the back order revert to back order revert, back to back. One more kicker hit. What's it going to be from Adrian Clayton, the Scarecrow, popping off a little bit early, but not letting that butt check the water. Keeping it clean, keeping it mean. The young at heart English machine. What a run, what a run. Let's check our scores. Currently as it stands, Ivan Popevsky of Slovakia is at that top spot with a 50. Unfortunately, Massimiliano and Juraj did not have enough to make it through onto the next round, so commiserations to you boys. But let's see whether Adrian has pushed Ivan off that top spot. In the meantime, we're also going to ask to make sure that all of our next group riders make it their way to the dock ASAP. We're moving on to our next division, our Masters men, aka the 30 and above men's wakeboard. Can we please make sure you make your way to the dock ASAP? And there is Adrian Clayton's score. Congratulations, you've made it on to the next round. Very, very small spread, beating Ivan by only 3.67 points. So commiserations to you, Ivan, and big congratulations to you, Adrian. And hey, all you boys made it this far here in the European titles. So huge congratulations to everyone, really. This next LCQ is got quite a few big names. I'm quite excited.
Will be Wakeboard from Hungary.
Quick intermission as we had a change of judges, but we're ready to rumble to send out Gabor Vishian, local hero here in Hungary. Big shout out to our sprayers, making sure our rails are nice and smooth. Now we got the drone up in the air too. Quite the setup, and given that my very good friend Matthew Branson and of course the man, the myth, the legend Daniel Fetz are in this heat, I want to have the live scores nice and close. 2 riders will be making it on to the next round. Setting up with a beautiful crypt. And the crowd going wild over on the other side of the lake, showing some love to their homeboy. That's what it's about. 50-50 to backside board slide. And the El Clasico, big as you like, landing in the stratosphere.
The next rider is Fabio Concina from Italy.
Madonna, 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 as Team Italy sends their rider Fabio for that heel side, front side, 540, going out, guns blazing, let me tell you. On he goes, right foot forward, on his heels for the backside board slide, pretzel 270 out. On he goes for the fun box. That's a big cut, backside board slide, sending it a little bit too hard on that transfer and just going over on the other side of that haba. On he goes for the insanely big Vulcan. I'm speechless. That was so big. To the inlake, to the crypt. Is he going to fit another air trick there? I think he's going to take it easy ahead of Features Ferrier over on the back straight of the cable. Right foot forward for the transfer on the Dominic Hurler. Backside board side. Oh, bringing it around to a 50-50 and getting that 360 out. Very unique approach. As he goes backside board side. Same with bonkers for the last trick of their athlete. The backside 360. So even though he chose to hit that same kicker twice, still showed the judges that he can spin, but simply not enough. Coming in with his right foot forward for that heel side, front side, 360. On he goes, setting up on his turn. That was indeed big as he went for that crypt into the Vulcan to the outside of the lake. Setting him up with his right foot forward. On he goes for the backside board slide. Same way, 270. I'd say 95% full pull on that one. 270 in, 270 out. Not quite locked in, but still very solid and not too much pre-spinning on that one. Onto the Rayleigh. Going toe side. Remember watching him in Thailand just recently in the 2022 World Championships. An absolute legend both on and off the water. Daniel Fetz going out guns blazing, opening up with that heel side, front side Classico, the 540. Onto the case, and he goes, look at that nose press, look at that nose press. Oh, beautifully done. Not super technical. No stranger to the air trick. Daniel Fetz opening up with a 3-1-3. Are you kidding me? going in lake. Vulcan, yes, and yes, he grabbed that for what seems like 15 minutes. On he goes for that back straight, setting up with his right foot forward. What's it going to be? Is he going to go rail to rail? I think he is going 50-50 to front lip, backside 270 out. Onto the pull gap, going left foot forward on the pull gap, 2. Front board, full pull through that waterfall. That is incredibly difficult. On he goes for that front to blind and just going down and shooting the cable, doing that trick just a little bit too late. But we still love you, Daniel. The man, the myth, the legend. Still the GOAT. Still the GOAT. Vigets? Mega. Recently got onto Team GB, and a very, very good friend of mine, and also co-host in quite a few events, the one and only Matty B, Matthew Branston, doing it for King and Country, and with so much style. Let me tell you, we're about to get quite the show. I think we're just going to send the boat out to get that rope, and we'll be right back on track. And I think we're about to get the green light to send the one and only, my good friend, an absolute shredder on the water, for his European debut, Matty B. And the crowd goes wild as Matty Branson sets up with his left foot forward for the heel side front side. 360 with the stalefish, 50-50 on the pipe to 360 into the wall. Are you kidding me? On he went to go toe side, hard way 270 transfer like it was nothing. Absolutely insane. This is like a finals run, not even an LCQ. Back roll, setting up for the Dominic Hurler feature with 2 rails. Matty, no stranger to a rail, some rail to rail action. Around with that rotation out, popping from the safety to the other rail onto the transition curb with that 540 out. And look at the kiss that he just gave me. I feel like I'm the winner now. Back roll to revert to the S-bend. I think Matty B wants it. I don't think many people know. I think the only person, let's just wait for this one. The beautifully done 3. When he turns it on, it's on. And that's what he just showed us with that case and hit that just left me absolutely speechless. And I think the judges too, getting that like firecracker on his toes in a front board position and then bring it around to a 50-50 on the pipe. And then
the next rider is Markus Diering from Germany.
To the wall. Let's have a look at what the scores sound right now. So right now, Matt Branston sitting at the top spot with a 66.33, followed by Fabio with a 53.33. So one more rider left. Also a very good friend of mine. We got Markus Diering from Germany. So Matty Branson secured his spot in the finals. But the real question is, who is going to be moving forward with him? Is it going to be Markus or Fabio? Team Pretzel or Team Pizza? We're about to find out. Markus getting set up. Oh, just going down on that rotation of the caisson. So commiserations to Marcus. And a massive congratulations to Matthew Branston. And we've got our under 18 junior ladies LCQ for the wakeboard division, of course. We're going to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Wakeboard LCQ, junior ladies under 18. First competitor, Kisboglarka from Hungary.
Yalla, yalla, and we're back. Ladies and gentlemen, look alive, look alive. The junior ladies LCQ Group A. We have 3 riders, 1 run from each young lady, and only 1 rider on the show here, and of course our judges. But meanwhile, putting in the work, your local hero getting started with not a crow in sight after scaring all that crows. My, oh my. Going for that front lip, same way 270 incline. Setting up with her right foot forward. That is a monster cut. Oh my goodness. Going from the wall ride, backside 360 out. Very unique, very solid, very creative. Little butter slide, little butter for your biscuit. On she goes. Coming in with her right foot forward. Going haul pass, 50-50. Front side 180 out, full pull. Backside 180 into the pool. Going almost crashing into the side of the hubba. That was kind of terrifying to watch from my angle, I won't lie. Getting 180 on, 540 off on that transition curb. Start. Oh, actually, it's only 1 run, my mistake. But showing the judges she can flip, she can spin. She had a very interesting approach to the course.
Rider is Sophie da Souza from Team GB.
And you know what happens when there's a Team GB rider on the water. We're about to hear some of the loudest yells and the loudest cheers in this competition. There they are. Team GB rider opening up with a beautiful laid out tantrum. Clean as a whistle. On she goes for the 50-50 to backside board side. Full pull. Not fully locked in, but full pull, which is what's most important as she goes for the backside board side to backside lip slide. Just slipping out a little bit early on that slide, but it's all good as she sets up for the air tricks. On she goes for the back roll. Clean as you like. Setting up. Are we going to see another air trick, or is she going to be playing it safe to ensure she gets a full run? Remember, super important part of the LCQ is the full run, and there's that second air trick that we were hoping for. Perfect. On she goes, 180 in to the backside board side to 50-50. Backside 360 out on the waterfall. A bit funky on the landing, but insane. That pool gap hit was unbelievable. And don't even get me started on the Dominic Hurler hit. That was just so proper, locked in on that front lip and just bring it around with that 270. A little indie grab before the landing there as well. Onto the case, and she proceeds going inside out approach, firecracker to board slide and dropping in on the other side of the caisson. Not entirely sure if that was intentional, but still very, very solid, very risky biscuits. On she goes for the backside 360 over the hip on the inside of the cable. Super difficult managing the tension on that hit, but still super sick. Onto the back roll she goes, switching it around. Coming in Lake, Rayleigh. Hate to see it, but it's part of the game. Coach Dale now walking on the bridge.
Is Sidonie Verlon from France.
For that heel side, front side 540, solid start with that El Clasico. On she goes with her left foot forward for the 50-50 to 50-50, backside 360 out. On she goes to that left fun box. Super interesting hit going for that inside out front board and then 270 into the wall on the inside of the cable. Super creative. I love that. On she goes for the crypt, setting her up perfectly with her left foot forward to the in-lake front flip. Now with her left foot forward going outside, out lake, toe side roll to revert. Are you kidding me? Allez, allez, allez. On she goes. Outside in approach, front lip to backboard. Not quite locking in, but still getting that full pull. 180 in to the pull gap to the 180 on, 180 off. Getting that switch 50-50 on that side hubba. 180 on and then half cab roll off onto the curb. Setting her up. Left foot forward to the inside. Back roll. I think she's going to take a miss on that second air trick on the straight as well. Let's see what they've got to reply to Sidonie's run.
Next rider is Sofia Okholm from Denmark.
Just a general reminder for everyone, please make sure you stay hydrated. See of her run left to make up for that back check. On she goes, eyeing up the A-frame with her left foot forward on her heels. Backside board slide to backside lip slide, full pull. It's exactly what the judges want to see. 180 in to the pull gap, to the tranny finder out. Just landing on the landing ramp. I think maybe she was going for a back roll and she was a bit too laid out on it.
Next rider is Sonja Sjöström from Sweden.
Next up, there she is, Sonja Storström on the water right now, setting up with her right foot forward on her heels for the heel side, front side 540. Setting her up perfectly for that cut around the case and going inside out. Firecracker, backside board slide, full pull to get that same weight 90 out. Yo, what's up, Benny Badoki? On she goes on that left fun box. Good stuff. Let's see what she's got for us on the air trick. This girl absolutely shreds. Big old heel side cut. Coming around now, switching it to her left foot forward, going front roll. Wah wah wee wah. On she goes, setting up for this back straight. Coming in with her left foot forward. 50-50. To front lip, full. There's that backside 360 to 50-50, full pulling and somehow buttering that backside 180 out. Getting that toe back 3 out of the transition curb. Onto the air trick she goes. The back roll to revert to the blind judge right before the motor tower. One more trick for the young Swede to the dock ASAP. Can we also ask Maddie B, if you can hear me, could you please make your way here real quick? Yes, Anya. You. We're just going to ask to send a sprayer very quickly to make sure our rails are nice and smooth. What a day, what a day. How lucky are we? Sun is shining and people are beautiful and the lake is super crispy flat. Here for day number 3 of the IWWF Cable Wakeboard European titles for our youth and senior divisions.
The next rider will be Charlotte Rougerie from France.
Back straight. Going in for the backside board side. A little rail to rail action. Getting that full pull so far. Kicker for the young French athlete and just over rotating on that flip from the kicker.
The next rider will be Nico Schillerling from Spain.
Out. Backside board slide. Firecracker to 50-50. Front side 180 out. On she goes for the left fun box with a beautiful frontside 360, essentially hopping over that extra rail and going with her right hand behind her back down the transition. On she goes over that back straight. One more air trick to fit in there. What's it going to be? A beautiful back roll. On she goes to the Dominic Hurler feature with her left foot forward, right foot forward, 50-50 to front lip, super proper, super gangster. She sets up, backside 360 on to front board, full pull but not quite locked in. Very, very solid hit regardless. Front side, 540, a bit heavy on the landing, but staying composed. She's got room for just a few more tricks in her run. In Lake roller revert and going for the air Rayleigh. Coming around now, one more kicker hit. What's it going to be? The heel side, backside, 360. And I think she sneaked in a little grab in there as well. So currently, Charlotte is sitting at the top spot with 40. But let's see what score the judges are going to give Nicole. I hear the judges contemplating. It's hard. It's difficult. We got some insane rails here on the water, and the air tricks level has just been going up and up and up, especially with a cable like here in gear. I mean, it's very high. It looks very, very tight and so much fun to ride. So really don't want to be a judge in this event given the level and just how creative the riders are getting. And Team Netherlands going wild as Leke getting started on the course right now, setting her up to the incline with a right foot forward. Big old gap into the transition. On she goes for the in-lake back roll, managing the tension like an absolute pro to the out-lake back roll. Setting up for one more kicker trick. Going right foot forward, toe side for the beautiful front roll. Good stuff. Quite the run from the young Dutch athlete. Let's see if it's going to be enough to push Nicole out of that top spot. As you know, only one rider will be making it through to the next round. And we're just waiting on some score. Currently, Nicole sitting at that top spot comfortably with a 50.00. Charlotte has been knocked down to that top spot with a 40. So let's see. Do not believe it's enough to beat Nicole from that top spot. Can we please make sure we have all of our riders in the next group at the dock and ready to rumble? Andrea, Catalin, and Loa, please make sure you're at the dock and ready to rumble. Just a moment. I'll be back in just 5 minutes.
Our next rider will be Farkas Katalin representing Hungary. next rider is Nota Manuel Torres from Spain. The next rider is Rosa Bacher, Team Austria. next rider is Iwwf, Team Israel.
All eyes on the water as Iwwf sets up for a massive scarecrow. My local homegirl from Israel. Front lip, and dropping in on the wall of the caisson as she sets up for the fun box with her right foot forward. Going for the backside 50-50, backside 180 out. Coming around the corner now with her right foot forward. Big old cut for the going down on that front roll. Next up, we got all the way from the Czech Republic, Karolina Kunkova, rockin' bib number 75. Just a quick sound check. Can we just make sure if everyone can hear me? Can you guys hear me over there? Let's just do a quick sound check. Boom, boom, boom. If you can hear me, say way-ho. I think you can hear me. Can we please make sure that if you fall, you swim out of the way as soon as possible so we can keep the competition moving?
The next rider, Karolina Kuncová, Team Czech Republic.
All eyes on the water right now for Karolina Kunkova. Coming in left foot forward for the backside 360 off that left kicker, setting her up with her left foot forward onto the incline, taking an outside in approach, backside boardside, ollieing on and getting the full pull on that coping. On she goes to that left-hand fun box, left foot forward, going straight air into the transition with a frontside 360 out of that transition between the transition and the water. On she goes with her left foot forward, in-lake back roll as she comes around the corner now. Are we going to see another in-lake air trick? Yes, we are. The in-lake air Rayleigh. On she goes as she sets up over on this back straight. Coming up on to the A-frame with her left foot forward. No side like heel side. Backside board side to 50-50 to frontside 360 out. On she goes for the 540 and then rewinding a 360 out. A lot going on there. There's that in-lake back roll to revert to the in-lake crypt. And there is the out-lake back roll and just going down, popping the handle on that one. That is unfortunate after so many good air tricks. That was an attempt to show the judges that she can do it both with her left foot and her right foot. All of her air tricks up to then were with her left foot forward, and just when she was going to go for that right foot forward air trick, just getting taken down. That is unfortunate. But our next rider on the dock, no stranger to a final. She knows exactly what she needs to put together to make it on to our semis.
The next rider is Jagoda Kaminska from Poland.
Big old left foot forward, heel side cut for a beautiful grabbed half cab roll going around the caisson feature for the firecracker, coming in a little bit too hard and going down on the other side. Not quite sure if that was intentional, but my, oh my, was it intense. Onto the transfer for an absolutely insane backside 360 transfer. Beautifully done, just locking in that 50-50 on the way down. And there's that air crypt over on the other side of the lake, going in lake, crypt, showing the judges she can do it both with her right foot and her left foot forward. On she goes for the back roll, big as you like, landing almost in Vienna to the Dominic Hurler for the 50-50 to the 50-50, backside 180, locking it super gangster. My, oh my. The backside 180 on to the front board. Same weight, 90 out down the pool gap. 180 in, 540 out on the transition curb. On she goes for the back roll to revert to the inside of the lake, to the air railie to the outside. One last kicker trick for the young Polish athlete. The heel side, backside 360 with the grab. I'm not quite sure if, well, I'm pretty sure that she made it through to the next round, but this is unofficial. Of course, you'll have to check the results out on cablewakeboard.net to be certain. And that is it for our under 18 junior ladies LCQ. As we move on to our wakeboard under 18, the junior men's LCQ. We have quite a stacked set of heats ahead of us with 6 different groups with 5 to 6 riders and only one run for each rider. Best rider of each heat goes through to the next round, to our quarters. Put your hands together for Yagoda.
Wakeboard LCQ, under 18 junior man. The first rider will be Luca Berg, Team Austria. The next rider is Hugo Reinertsen, Team Slovakia.
And we're back on the mic. Hugo right now on the water, putting in the work as he sets up over on the back straight, going on his toes towards the Dominic Hurler feature. Left foot forward, front side lip slide, pretzel 270 out. Little backside shifty up the pool to the Indy tantrum off the safety of the middle rail. Getting the scarecrow out of the transition curb. Yes, sir. Going in lake, front roll. Switching it around to the, I think he was going to go for another air trick, but decided to take a miss. As you know, in the LCQ, there are no pickups and no second chances. So you got to play it safe. And don't let that be the commentator's kiss of death. Just going down on that backside 360 with a grab. And I do not think it's going to be enough to beat Luca Berg. Next up, we got Filip Benedict, another Slovakian shredder.
Rider will be Filip Benedict, Team Slovakia.
All eyes on the water as Filip sets up on his toes for a big old toe side, backside 7, going out guns blazing right here, right now. Almost getting undone there on that tic-tac-tap action on the incline, but keeping it composed as he goes for the inside fun box. Beautiful inside out, front side 360 into the transition. Actually going over that little ledge to the, what looks like a scarecrow from where I'm sitting, to the in-lake toe side back roll to revert. Stacking in the tricks to the S-bend. On he goes, coming in right foot forward to the Dominic Hurler feature, 50-50, front lip, pretzel 270. On he goes, front toe, back one in. And almost getting undone there on the tantrum, not quite getting the grab, and that slowed his rotation a little bit too much. But staying nice and calm as he was very, very close to hitting his head on that down rail. My, oh my. And just going down on that blind judge. And I think that will be it for Filip. Currently, Luca at the top spot, followed by Hugo. And I think Filip is going to be at the third spot after those two rides.
The next rider will be Samuel Bradbury, Team Great Britain.
Next up, we got a very good friend of mine. Was training with him over in Lithuania last month. This kid knows how to absolutely shred a cable park, let me tell you that, whether it's the air tricks or the rails. I'm excited to see what's going to go down. He told me he didn't have the best few rides leading up to the competition and in the first few days of the event, but I know he's got something up his sleeve, and I know it's going to be pulled out now. As you know, with the LCQ, it's now or never. Yeah, Sammy! Sammy, blow a kiss to the camera. Above you, above you. Hello, son. Hello, Matty V. Just dealing with some technical difficulties ahead of setting out Samson. Let's go, Sammy. There's the green light for Team GB athlete Samuel Bradbury, setting up with his left foot forward for a beautiful roll off that left kicker. Playing it safe, playing it smart. I like what I see, and I know the judges will do too. A little step, back one action onto that pipe. Very technical. Off the start. Beautiful transfer with that 360 rotation, getting the full pull on the down rail and his rotation out. Onto the air tricks we go. Starting off with his toes for the Scarecrow, landing a little bit low, but keeping it composed ahead of his next hit. Setting up with his right foot forward. Going for the monstrous-sized Vulcan. My, oh my. I think he heard that there's a bit of trouble in Heathrow. He's trying to land back there himself. On he goes for the 50-50, to 50-50, to frontside taco, to riding away. Front board up to the 270 transfer to the tap on the down of the pull gap. 180 on. 180 on to the transition to the $1 million baby. And just going down on the backside, 3-1-3. The commentator's kiss of death. Love you, Sammy. That was sick. And Team GB crowd showing so much love to their riders. Love to see it. Love to see it. Next up, we got none other than Lucas. All eyes on the water as Lucas sets up with a huge laid out tantrum to blind off that little kicker on the right hand side. On he goes to the caisson for the 180 on to the front board step onto the pipe, full pulling it and getting that rotation out, setting up for the fun box and going with a 450 into the transition and just going down on that and body dragging. Is he going to be able to muscle his way back? That has to hurt his score a fair bit, and just going down. What you can say a lot of things about Lucas. One thing you cannot say is that he's not a fighter, because that was a battle.
The next rider is Kuzna Peter, Team Hungary.
And the crowd goes wild as their local hero, Peter, sets up with that beautiful toe back five. Going out guns blazing as he sets up to the step, to the backside board slide on the bike, to the same weight 270 full pull. Not super technical, but keeping it super clean. Also very, very important for our judges. Getting that 270 transfer over on the right-hand side fun box with a full pull. Onto the air tricks he goes. That beautiful front flip. Setting up toe side for the toe side Rayleigh. He already saw all the other riders go for their run, so he knows exactly what he needs to put together to make it on to the next round. There is the blind judge. On he goes with his right foot forward, eyeing up the Dominic Hurler feature for the switch 50-50. Pretzel 360 out, locking that in super proper. Backside 180 on, backside board side to 50-50. Not getting that rotation he wanted out of the pool gap, but still very, very solid hit. There's the 180 on, same weight, 360 off the transition curb. Left foot forward for the in-leg back mob, going toe side. What's it going to be? The toe side back go to revert. To quote the Gladiator, "Are you not entertained?" One more kicker hit. Is it going to be the KGB? And the crowd goes wild. My, oh my, I don't even want to be guessing what the scores are right now. And meanwhile, I'm just going to make sure that everyone from the next heat are making their way to the dock. Some big, big names in this next heat. We got Double B, Benny Badoki. We got Alphonse Eliasson. We got Maxims Osa. We got Anthony Axarias. We got David Brummel. And we got Elias Puppe. Can we please make sure you're all at the dock and ready to rumble? We do not want to be waiting for you, and you do not want to be the reason that we are behind schedule. So let's take a look at the scoreboard while we're waiting to find out what is happening with the next heat. Be sure to check out the scores over on cablewakeboard.net and share the live stream with your loved ones, with your friends, with anyone you feel like needs to learn about wakeboarding. And the scores are in. Congratulations to Peter for making it on to the next round, and commiserations to the rest of you. But hey, you made it to the European titles, so massive congratulations as well. Just getting ready to send Benny Badoki, the king of the style, Hungarian legend.
Next rider, Badoki Benny, Team Hungary.
Hey, yo, Benny. Smile to the camera. Benny, look at the camera on your left. Yeah, there it is, the king of style. Yona pot. I'm talking to you. Look at the camera. Don't look at me. Let's go. Are we going to see some buttery air tricks? Yeah, we are. Yeah, we are. Yeah, we are. If there's something that this guy loves to do, is surprise the crowd and surprise the judges. Let me tell you that. And the drone's up in the air as well because they know he's about to put up a show. Sometimes I think Benny tries to get into the LCQ just so he has a bit more time to ride.
Dan?
Double B, Benny Badoki on the water right now with a beautiful elephant flip, grabbing that thing the whole way through onto the case, and he goes from board to 50-50, 270 tap, and making it look almost concerningly too easy. On he goes to the fun box for the heel side. No! Don't be the commentator's kiss of death. Oh, no! Benny. Unfortunately, going down, Benny Badoki, but still the king of style, and we love you.
The next rider is Alfons Eliasson, Team Sweden.
Next up, representing Team IKEA. Beautiful backside 360, Alphonse. Opening up, guns blazing. Going for the case and step, front board. Same way, 270. Getting a little funky on the landing, but still staying composed through the end of the trick and getting it clean. There's a heel side, front side, 540 over that little rail into the bank. As he comes around now, big old cut for the S-band. I think he wanted to go to blind, or maybe he's saving that for the next rounds. Setting up left foot forward on his heels. Big old crypt. Coming around now. Big old roll to revert. And setting up with his left foot forward to the Dominic Hurler rail. Front lip, and not quite getting that full pull that the judges want to see. Onto the pull gap he goes. Toe back 3 to backside board slide. Pretzel 270 out onto the curb. Left foot right foot forward. Getting that half cab roll out ahead of the air tricks. The blind judge is muscling his body around that handle to get that full rotation. Going in lake, super difficult to make it around the corner when you're doing these sort of tricks to the inside of the lake. And on he goes for what looks like a double grab toe front 5. I definitely saw that melon, but I don't know if he sneaked in another one in there. But quite unbelievable riding from the young Swedish athlete. Next up, we got all the way from Latvia, Maksims Ausa.
Next rider, Maksims Ausa, Team Latvia.
Maxim's getting started with his right foot forward on his heel side cut for a backside 360. On he goes with his left foot forward to the caisson, going inside out approach, a hop, a skippity doodle doo to the front lip, to the backside 450 out. The pretzel. That means that he's spinning actually the opposite way of how he initially got onto the rails. So if he got on, whoa, putting in the work for the air tricks already. On he goes for the Vulcan. Coming around the corner now. Left foot forward, going in lake. Blind judge showing big risk very early in the course. And that has to be rewarded. The S-bend. Setting him up perfectly to have his right foot forward ahead when he's going to the Dominic Hurler feature. 50-50, front lip. Same way, 450 out. On he goes for the toe side, backside, 360, backside board slide, pretzel 270, not quite the full pull you want to see, but still very, very solid. On he goes for that front side, 540, out of the transition curb. Coming in left foot forward, in lake, back roll to blind, almost landing it in a 90-degree position to the out leg back roll. One more kicker hit for the young Latvian athlete. Is it going to be the Crow Mobe? And he is stoked, and so is Team Latvia. Good stuff. What a run.
The next rider, Anthony Axelias, Team Spain.
Doing it for Team Spain. I was riding with this guy in Lithuania just under 3 weeks ago. Donny Axerias, absolute shredder. Now putting in the work with that little step, hop, front board, same way 270. This kid's got so much control on the board, and I know he's got quite the show to put down in just about a second as he goes into the air trick section, going for the toe side back roll to revert onto the Vulcan, sitting up left foot forward. It's a big heel side cut to the inside, back roll to blind. Dale, 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 dale. Going outside on his toes, the Scarecrow. It looks like his head pretty much tapped the water, but still not letting his butt check the water. Not today. On he goes for switch 50-50 to the backside board slide. Same way 270 out. On he goes toe side backside 360 to the 270 on. 92% full pull, I'd say. 180 on to the Crail back roll off the transition curb. Onto the egg roll to the double half cab in an LCQ. Oh my God. Most people that know me know I love to talk, but Tony just left me speechless.
The next rider, David Bruno, Czech Republic.
I actually saw him land quite a few of those in 313 just 3 weeks ago, but never did, in my wildest dreams did I think someone was going to do that in an LCQ here in the European titles. Wow, wow, wow. What a hit from Anthony. What an animal. What a rider. Really putting it all on the line to make it on to our semis. Another rider that's been having an absolute season all the way from Czech Republic. Praha, ha, ha, how you like him now. David Brummel putting in the work on the Kaysen with a little step, hop action. On he goes to that left-hand fun box for the roll into the transition. Yes, sir, into the bank, sorry. The first flip we've seen on that today. On he goes for a massive rally over on the far side of the lake to the inside. 313, and that was huge. On he goes for the back roll to Reaver to the outside of the lake. Eyeing up the Dominic Hurler feature. What's it going to be? Front lip to switch 50-50. Hard way to 70. And getting the full pull on that one. Onto the pull gap. Toe back 3. Using the safety of the middle rail to transfer 270 onto that left pipe. David wants it, and he wants it bad with that toe back one on. And continuing the rotation and the flip off the transition curb. Going in lake. Blind judge. Out lake. Vulcan and just slapping the board after the grab to the back row to revert. Are we going to see $1 million baby? Are we going to see $1 million baby? We're going to see the toe side backside 720 with a grab, and you can see that he's stoked, and you can hear Team Czech stoked, and wow, what a run. The Kaysen hit just with the step and the roll into the bank on the left fun box. And what about that hard way 270 rail to rail on the Dominic Hurler feature? What a show David Brummel just put down. Wow. Just waiting on some scores before sending out our last rider in this group, Elias Poppa.
The next rider, Elias Poppe, Team Norway.
So congratulations to David Brummel on making it on to the next round. Congratulations, Team Czech. Commiserations to everyone else. But hey, also congratulations. You made it to the European titles here in beautiful gear. What a day, what a day. Sun is shining, lake looks buttery, the judges look beautiful, and the crowd, well, you guys are always amazing.
Next rider is Sorin Hodgson, Team Austria. Next rider is Kacper Maczkowski, Team Poland.
And we're back on the mic here as Casper setting out for the back straight here in Group C in the under 18 men's LCQ, going on to the Dominic Hurler feature, going for the board slide to front board to 270 out, setting him up for the pull gap with his right foot forward. Big old gap from the safety to the last bit of the waterfall, and going for the backside 360 off the transition curb. On he goes for the just a little bit too soon on that kick of the in-lake back roll to revert. And just catching a little bit of an edge.
Next rider will be Driver Adam, Team Hungary.
That is unfortunate. Very, very solid run up until then. But will it be enough here in the LCQ? I'm not too sure. Still have 4 more riders to go, with a major advantage of seeing more and more riders ride before them and know exactly what they need to do to make it through. Only 1 riders from each heat will make it through onto the next round. Meanwhile, Adam putting in the work with that heel front 5 onto the firecracker, full pulling it and getting the 450 out of the case and rail. Setting up for the fun box. Right foot forward, backside board side to 50-50, to back lip, same way 90 out. Onto the air tricks, he sets up with a big old back roll onto his toes on the next straight for the toe side railie. Setting him up for one last air trick. What's it going to be? The blind judge. Now onto features fairway with his right foot forward. Going for the 50-50 to front lip to pretzel 270. The crowd going wild. Back one in. And a little tic-tac-toe action with that front lip pretzel 270. Just tapping on that hubba. On that backside 360 onto the transition curb. And just popping off that back mob. So almost like for like with Casper. Very similar hit on the pull, the transition, and then going down on a back roll variation just after. So it still can be anyone's game.
Next rider is Sebastian Sebesta, Slovakia.
So the main person who can make a change right now is Sebastian Sebesta, about to hit the water. And all eyes right now on Sebastian, setting out with his right foot forward, eyeing up the right kicker on his heels. The heel side, front side, 540, strong start. The El Clasico. On he goes with his left foot forward onto the caisson for the 50-50 to 50-50 to front board to pretzel 270 out. Full pull on that caisson is so difficult. That rail is very, very long, and maintaining a balance on it is not easy. On to the transfer he goes with a 270 as well, showing the judges he can get a full pull and get control as he hits all of these beautiful obstacles. Big old crypt on the far side of the lake to the in-lake back roll. He sets up for another in-lake trick, the in-lake crypt. Does he have time to fit another one? Yes, he does, with that back roll to revert. Managing the tension like an absolute pro as he sets up now for the Dominic Hernler feature. 50-50 to the front lip. Not quite locking in on that front lip enough to get him a rotation out, but still very, very solid transfer. On to the waterfall feature of the pool he goes, getting the spin out and choosing to skip the transition curve to get another air trick in without front to fakie. To the in-leg back roll to revert to the front roll with the grab. One more kicker hit for the young athlete. What's it going to be? The heel side, front side, 540. So going like for like, just switch with his previous kicker hit. Going switch front side 540 and regular front side 540.
Next rider is Thomas Hesseling, Team Netherlands.
Beautiful back roll to blind over on the far side of the lake onto his toes. He goes for the toe side back roll to revert. Setting up with his right foot forward for the 3-1-3, clean as you like. Big risk and hopefully big reward. Doing such a difficult trick so far from the end of his run. 50-50, 50-50, just locking in. You can hear that board slap the pipe and just locking in out of that 360 out. Beautiful transfer to tap from the safety of the middle pipe to that left pipe. On he goes for a chromo off the transition curve. That's a first for me to see. In lake 3-1-3, landing wrapped, and then going for the front tail grab. On he goes with his left foot forward for the toe side, backside, and drops the handle. That's going to be a tough one to judge. Some unbelievable hits up until that fall. But in the end of the day, a run is a run, and a run needs to be complete.
Next rider, Nemes Dávid, Team Hungary, Magyarország.
Super unique approach on the casing with that firecracker to switch 50-50 to 270 into that wall. Kind of similar to what we saw from Matty Branson earlier. Just the opposite approach on that front board to the backside board side firecracker. On he goes for a massive roll over on the other side. Big old toe side cut for the Beverly Hills 90210. To the backside 3-1-3, a bit of a speed check, but not letting that butt check the water. Local hero David Nemes wants to make it to the next round, and he wants it bad, as you can see with that 50-50 front lip, 270 out. Rolling into the pool, to the front board, to the same way 90 out. Team Hungary going absolutely bonkers, 180 in, same way 360 out. Just a few more tricks. The in-lake back row to revert to the Falcon. What's it going to be? One last kicker hit for the young local. What's it going to be? Right foot forward on his heels. The heel side, KGB. That is the back row and the backside 360. The crowd going wild. We're just about to get started with our next group, Group D. We got Benedict Juhos, Jan Jakubus, Lukas Rod, Toms Freidenberg, Gideon Segev-Gratier, and Dominik Budinsky. We got Slovakia, Israel, Latvia, Norway, Poland, and Hungary all in one LCQ heat. Remember, guys, 6 riders, but only one run. One chance to make it through. You got to play smart. You got to know what your options are and play the game. So we're about to get started with our first rider in this group, Benedek Juhos for Team Hungary. Juhos. Juhos. We're working on it. We're working on it. Slowly but surely, I'll work on pronunciations. So far, I think I've been doing pretty good over the years.
Rider, Juhos Benedek, Team Hungary, Magyarország.
Team Hungary going wild as Benedek hits the water. Right foot forward for the... What? I don't even know what to call that. Front mob? That's a very interesting approach for a Moby Dick. Big old inside out firecracker, outside in firecracker to switch 50-50, then hopping onto the pipe and getting a solid rotation out of that with a full pull. On he goes for the beautiful front to blind on the far end of the lake. Going for the Beverly Hills 90210 to the inside of the lake. On he goes for the back roll to blind. And I don't know how he managed to sneak that last rotation in there, but just getting that blind so precise. 50-50 to front board. Not quite the full pull that you want to see, but still very, very solid. Beautiful flip in to the... Ooh! Getting a little bit undone on that front lip pretzel on that second pipe, but... Second box, sorry, but still very, very solid pull gap hit. On he goes for the back mob and just landing a little bit heavy and dropping the handle. Benedek. Not what you want to see in the LCQ, but hey, that is part of the game. And we still have 5 more riders to go.
Next rider, Jan Jakubus, Team Poland.
Next up, we got Jan Jakubus putting in the work. Coming in left foot forward to the case and going 50-50 to front board, full pulling it. On he goes with his left foot forward for a beautiful roll into the bank. Second one we've seen today. Super unique approach, super risky as well. Onto a beautiful back roll to revert. Going in leg for the air crypt, clean as you like. To the out leg back roll, a bit heavy on the landing, but still very, very solid. On he goes for a 50-50 to front lip, same way to 70 out. 180 into the pull gap to the not quite getting the full pull on that 50-50 on that left pipe, but still very, very solid. The toe side back over the indie grab off the transition curb. Onto the back roll to blind, risky biscuits right there, spinning a little bit early, but hey, maybe that's his personal touch onto the trick, which I like to see, and I know the judges will too. On he goes with his left foot forward, on his heels for the heel side, backside, 540. How you like me now?
Next rider, Lucas Ruud, Team Norway.
So Jan's score is a 35.33, putting him in the second spot. So commiserations. Next up is quite a polite person despite his name. We got Lucas Ruud from Norway. He's quite polite, I have to say, given his name. Starting out with a beautiful backside 720. Big tricks get big rewards, especially if they're done earlier in the course, remember, because there's more on the line. There he goes with that 180 into switch 50-50 onto the pipe with a backside board side, getting that rotation out with a full pull. That's what the judges want to see, a little tic-tac-toe action with a 180 on, pretzel 360 into the bank on that second fun box on the left. On he goes, going big old toe side cut for the toe side crypt. Coming around toe side to toe side. I like what I see. The toe side back roll to revert. Tak, as they say in Norwegian. That is thank you. On he goes. Setting up with his left foot forward, eyeing up the Dominic Hernler rail for the little forward slide to 50-50 action to another 50-50 to 360 out, locking in super proper, super gangster. If you ask me, backside board side to switch 50. Same way to 360 out. Onto the Indy Tantrum. Switching it up to left foot forward, going in link, back move. Getting a little bit undone there, but staying composed for one more trick for the Vulcan. One last kicker trick. What's it going to be? All eyes on the water for the heel side, front side 540. Very interesting approach, choosing to open up with the harder trick and ending with the 540. Normally we see it the other way around where people will save the hardest trick for last. And hopefully he'll be rewarded for it because, hey, you know, when you do it earlier in the run, there's more on the line, less chance to get some scores on the board. So congratulations to Lucas. Let's see what score that gives him.
Next rider, Tom Freiberg, Team Latvia.
So currently Lucas sitting in that top spot, but let's see what our Latvian rider Toms is going to have to respond to that. On his toes, eyeing up the left kicker for toe side, backside, 720 as well. So we saw a heel side 720, now toe side 720, and now going step, backside. So he actually jumping as the steps are behind him. So that's way more difficult. And actually did two steps, going for the inside out tantrum onto the bank. Very unique. A lot of risk already in the run. And I know the judges are going to reward him for that. Going for a toe side cut for the toe side roll to revert. A bit of a speed check. I wouldn't really call it a butt check, but more of a speed check. On to the Vulcan. So yeah, that speed check was a bit. He did get a little bit low, but it's not like he fell on his bum. It was more like just was a bit too fast ahead of the cable and just needed to slow himself down. Hopefully, he won't lower his score too much. My goodness, from the safety of the middle pipe to the left pipe with a toe side backside 450 on the pull gap. To the back roll to revert. I've just been back roll to blind, sorry. On he goes, one last trick. Is it going to be the KGB? And just landing a little bit heavy on that flip. Just a tiny bit. So I've actually been told I've been calling the pool gap obstacles pipes all day. I do apologize. Those are rails. My apologies.
Next rider will be Gideon Segev, Team Israel.
Next up, we got my local homeboy, GSG. just waiting for some scores. I mean, it's not easy, especially given the last few runs that we saw. That was absolutely incredible performance from Tom's. Just that last kicker hit that's going to hurt his score a fair bit. So, commiserations to Tom's. You just got onto the second spot. Yeah, so commiserations. The opposite of commiserations. Gideon getting started with a toe side, backside 720. On he goes to the Kaysen with his right foot forward, to the firecracker, to the switch 50-50, to the front board from the step onto the pipe. Eyeing up the right fun box with his right foot forward on his heels for the 270. Oh, then getting a 360 on the down end of the A-frame on that fun box. On he goes on his toes for the Crow Mobe. That trick that took him down back in Thailand 2022. On to the P to represent Israeli's favorite food, the pita. To the 90210 Beverly Hills, baby. On he goes to the 50-50, to the 270 rail to rail, toe side, backside 270, onto the pool gap for the backside board slide. Eyeing up the transition curb for the backside 720 off of that. On he goes for the back roll to revert. Going out leg for the Vulcan. One more kicker trick for the young Israeli athlete. Going on his toes for the toe side, backside. Just popping the handle on that toe side, backside rotation.
Next rider will be Dominik Budzinski, Team Slovakia.
All eyes on the water for Team Slovakia's Dominik Budzinski as he sets up with a toe side back roll to revert. On he goes to the case with his left foot forward, coming in 50-50 to front lip, full pull. On he goes on to the fun box with his left foot forward for the toe side, front side 180, the hard way 180 to switch 50-50, full pulling it. On to the air tricks he goes with a big old heel side cut for the Vulcan into the switching it back around to his right foot forward. One more air trick on that straight for the back roll to revert. Setting up, eyeing up the Dominic Hurler with his left foot forward on his toes for the toe side, front side lip slide, same weight, 270. With the 540 on and just missing on that rail to rail action from the safety of the middle bar onto the left bar. The back roll to blind and going down. You're good? That was sick. Dude, that transfer, the toe side, front side 180, beautiful. Dobre. We're just going to send some sprays to make sure our rails are nice and moist for the next group coming up. We got our junior men's LCQ Group E. We got Albin Bergenek. We got Nevo Moore. We got Bert Jespers. We got Ike van Nieuwhof. We got Axel Aubrey. And we got Callum Saunders. We got Great Britain, Belgium. We got Israel. And we got Sweden.
Next rider, Albin Bergenek, Team Sweden.
And unfortunately, Albin just popping the handle on that rotation off the kicker. That is unfortunate, and that will be it for the young Swedish athlete.
Next rider, Nevo Moore, Team Israel.
All eyes on the water as my homeboy from Israel, Nevo, gets started with that heel front 7. On he goes to the case with his right foot forward, firecracker, and dropping into the wall. On he goes with his left foot forward onto the fun box. Front lip, switching it around to back lip, full pulling it onto the air tricks he goes with his right foot forward. What's it going to be? Big old Vulcan. Setting up left foot forward and switching it back up to right foot forward. On he goes for the big old blind judge. That was massive. setting up to the Dominic Hurler feature with his right foot forward. Nice progressive cut for the backside board side pretzel 270. Toe back 3, backside board slide to the 270 out of that left rail on the side. To the 540 out of the transition. Going in lake, back roll to revert. Then going out lake for the 313 and just popping the handle there with that heavy landing.
Next rider, Jespers, Team Belgium.
Next up, doing it for Team Belgium, Barrett Jespers on the water, toe side, backside, 180 with a nose grab. I think he wanted to go to rewind, or maybe he's just playing it safe here for the LCQs as he goes step to front lip. Nice little shifty with the same way 90 out. On he goes for the left front box, 180. Oh, and taking that inside out approach with that front board, getting the full pull on that hubba. As he sets up, going out lake, crypt with the nose grab. On he goes, left foot forward for the blind judge, in lake blind judge. Onto the egg roll. Nice and steezy with that 180 there. Nice little nose grab, 270 transfer with the same weight, 90 out. Toe side, backside, 360. Backside, board side, same weight, 270 out. Bear means business. On to the scarecrow off the transition curb. Going for the back roll to the inside of the lake. Going outside for a back roll to revert. One more trick for the young Belgian waffle. The toe side, backside, 720. My goodness.
Ike van den Hove, Team Belgium.
All eyes on the water as he sets up on his toes for a toe side, backside, 540. And how he muscles that last 180 out. So beautifully done. Now taking an outside in approach, backside board slide, and pretzeling the 270 out. On he goes with his left foot forward. Nice little melon 180 into the bank. Around the corner he goes now for the beautiful in-leg back mob, starting it very, very strong. On he goes with his right foot forward for a back roll to blind, and no, going down. That is unfortunate.
Next rider is Axel Aubry, Team Belgium.
Just a quick message. Can we please make sure if your car registration number is W25215N with an Austrian plate. If you are from Austria and your car number is W25215N, can we please ask that you move it from the parking spot? Meanwhile, putting in the work with that backside 360 hoppity scooty hop. Some serious action happening on that Kazan rail. Onto the fun box he goes with that melon frontside 360 into the bank, setting him up perfectly with his left foot forward, then switching it back to the right foot forward for that outlake crypt. On he goes for the in-lake blind judge. Then for the outlake back roll to revert. And then on to, was that an egg mob? I think that was an egg roll, sorry. 270 transfer, locking that in, and a pretzel 450 out, done super properly. Onto the safety he goes, and transferring from the safety of the middle rail to the very bottom of that left rail. On he goes with the in-lake back roll to revert to the outside roll, front roll to blind. One last kicker hit for the young athlete. The rewind and going down, unfortunately. What a run that was until then.
Next rider will be Callum Saunders, Team Great Britain.
Hey, Callum, smile to the camera. Look at that man. Oh, I feel more safe when I just look at you, Dale. Come on, smile. Yeah, there it is. I'm seriously excited to see Callum shred. Get it, son. Get it, son. So Callum's got quite the advantage after seeing all the other riders ride. He knows exactly what he needs to do to put it together to make it on to the next round. He wants it. His coach wants it. The king wants it. Let's go, son. Absolutely killed it on the skate earlier. And I know personally that he's got what it takes to make it onto the finals, let alone the semis. And Team GB going wild as Callum just hits the water. Coming in left foot forward for a heel side, front side, 540. On he goes with his right foot forward for the 50-50. Front side 180, hop from the third step onto the pipe and getting a pretzel 360 out. Onto the left fun box he goes. And spinning hard way into the transition. And getting started already with that outlake Rayleigh. And then going for the back roll. On he goes for the, was that a Bel Air? Yes, it was. Fresh Prince, baby. Fresh Prince. Or as Will Smith says, keep my wife's name. And going for that front to blind. Callum not wasting a second. Going for that 50-50 front lip. Switching it up to 50-50 and getting that 270 out. Backside 360 he goes from the safety of the middle to the right rail with a front board. Same way 90 out. 180 on for the nice little flipperoo spin off the transition rail. To the back roll to revert. To the 313 and he gets it. Team GB going wild. One more kicker hit, and it's gonna, he pop in the handle. Oh no. I do not want to be a judge for this. Some heavy hits went down in not only Callum, but Axel, Ike, Bird, Nevo, and Albin's runs. So some tough calls ahead.
Next rider is Kevin Bull, Team Great Britain.
Our next rider on the water, we got Cav Bull, no relation to Red Bull, but still an absolute sender, much like the rest of the Bull team. On he goes. Beautiful. Beautiful dum-dum to start things off. Going outside in, firecracker, backside board slide, 450 out on the case and going out really guns blazing, really setting the standard for this last heat in this junior men's LCQ group. On he goes for a massive Vulcan. I was riding with this kid over in 313 just a couple of weeks ago, and the guy was putting in the work. He wanted this title, and he wants it to make it to the next round bad. As you can see with that blind judge to switch crypt. On he goes. 50-50 to front lip. 450 out. Toe back 3 into the pool. From the middle rail to the inside rail. From the safety to the down. Onto the transition with a beautiful scarecrow. Slapping that board on the water. Just kind of to make sure that the judges are watching. On he goes. For a outleg back move, landing wrap, Team GB going absolutely buck wild. On he goes with his left foot forward, one last kicker hit. It's going to be the toe side backside, 720. The Bull family goes wild. Hey, officials, can we please make sure that Cav gets a red bib next time, so he'll be Red Bull?
Next rider will be Sacha Tissier, Team France.
Allez, allez, allez for Team France. You got Sacha on the water right in here, right now. Big old cut to start things off with the backside, 720. On he goes, step, step, front board on the pipe, same weight, 270. Tidy things off. On he goes to the fun box with a beautiful melon frontside 360. Yeah, Cav, making his way back now. Meanwhile, Sasha putting in the work over the far side of the lake. Left foot forward for a beautiful in-lake Vulcan. Now, outside he goes for a beautiful air Rayleigh to revert, a.k.a. the crypt. To the Dominic Hurler, he goes 50-50. Hard way 270 rail to rail, and he gets it. Getting the toe side, backside 180, backside board slide to backside lip slide, pretzeling a 270 out. So much going on one rail as he gets that beautiful toe side roll to revert, and I think he sneaked a little grab in there as well. On he goes for a back mob 5, first one of the day to an outlake Vulcan, showing the judges he can do it both left foot and right foot forward. One last kicker hit for the young French athlete, the heel side, backside 360. Not quite sure that's what he wanted, but still a very, very solid run from the young French athlete. Doing it for Team Baguette.
Next rider, Sebastian Frandal, Team Sweden.
On he goes for a beautiful KGB, going so big from that small kicker. Love to see it. On he goes for the firecracker. Outside, inside out, backside board slide. 450 out. On he goes to the fun box. 180 in. Getting that 270 in. Like 95% full pull. Not quite till the end of the rail. But still a very, very solid first pass. He sets up for a massive S to blind and just going down. Sebastian. That is unfortunate. Commiserations to you. But hey, congratulations. You made it this far. You're in the European Championships. Riding with the world's and, of course, Europe's best. Just a quick message to everyone watching us both online as well as here in the beautiful gear. Make sure you stick around. We're going to take a quick break after our under 18 men's LCQ Group F. And then we're going to get started with our first final of the event. We're going to have our Masters Ladies finals as well as our veteran men, as well as our veteran ladies finals. So that's the 40 and above, a.k.a. the young at heart ladies, as well as the master ladies, the 30 and above finals.
This rider is Edward Arslanyan, Team Austria.
Edward putting in the work with that backside board slide, 450 out of the incline. On he goes. Going inside out, frontside 360 into the bank. Coming around the corner now with his right foot forward. For the backside, 3-1-3. Are you kidding me? That was huge. On he goes on his toes for a beautiful rotation there. On he goes for an outside Rayleigh. 50-50 on the dominant curler to front lip. Same way, 270 out. Coming in, right foot forward. Backside board slide to 50-50. Backside 180 out. Deciding to take a miss on the transition. To the back row to revert. To the in-lake back row to revert. Going out lake. That is a monster cut for the S-bend. Little spray off the lip action. On he goes for the backside. And popping the handle. Eddie. No.
Next rider is, and the last, Levi Bergsma, Team Netherlands.
So after our young Dutch athlete is going to go and put it down, we're going to have a quick break before getting started with our Masters and Veterans Ladies Finals happening at 3 p.m. Hungarian time. Be sure to stick around. It's going to be hot, hot, hot. So right now, France's Sasha is sitting at very comfortably at that top spot. But let's see what Netherlands' Levi Bergsma is going to have to respond to that. He's already seen everyone's rides. As you know, he's currently seated at the top spot from the qualifiers. That's why he went off the dock last. So he's got that advantage of seeing what everyone else does before he goes in for his pass. And now he needs to put it together in order to make that statement that he deserves to be in that next round. On to the in-lake back mob and just going down. Bit of a tumble turn and he gets up. What a fighter. Crowd going wild. I think that's going to hurt his score a fair bit, but he's still here to give us a show. Don't you get it twisted with that 270 almost getting undone there. Very, very solid. On he goes. Safety. To the side rail. You can see with his expression he's not too happy with that tumble turn earlier. But let's see what he's got for us till the end of his run. The in-lake back roller revert, going out lake for the 313 textbook. One more kicker hit for the Flying Dutchman and pop in the handle. Please don't let it be the commentator's kiss of death. But some unbelievable riding from our juniors here in the LCQ. And hey, that is the future of our sport, and the future is looking so bright. Thank you so much. Have a break until 2:45, and then we're going to get started at 3 with our Masters and Veteran Ladies Finals.
Hello. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We are back. Starting off the finals with Wakeboard veteran ladies. Super hyped what is coming up now, what they are gonna throw down. Let's see what's gonna happen. Are you hyped? So now the spray is gonna wet the features like nobody else. Super, super hyped what is gonna happen now.
Fake nation, fake nation.
Look alive, ladies and gentlemen. Day number 3 of the IWWF Cable Wakeboard European and African titles here for the youth and senior divisions. The beautiful gear. Did I get that right? Gear? Yeah, I think I pronounced it right this time. We're about to get started with our first finals heats for the event. We have the master ladies as well as the veteran ladies, the junior at heart categories, as I like to call them. Can we please ask our sprayers to get on the water? Sprayers, where you at? We need you to make our rails nice and slippery. Get them moist for us. I unfollow you in Slovakia. Can we please make sure all of our finalists for the veteran ladies, aka the junior at heart, 40 and above ladies, Alessandra, Cecilia, Karina, and Alibieta, make their way to the dock ASAP. Team Poland, Team GB, Team Hungary, and Team Italia. Chop, chop, chop. I ain't getting any younger. Can we please make sure all of our master lady competitors in the finals make their way to the dock? We want to get started on time. We're getting started in just under 3 minutes. Also, if you are in our Masters Ladies Finals, please make sure you're ready to rumble. We'll get started right after that. Both of these heats are going to be followed by the flower ceremony. And of course, after that, we're going to have our team captain meeting. Just under a minute before we send our first rider off the dock, Alessandra, doing it for Team Italia. You want to say on the...
Wakeboard final, veteran ladies, first rider, Alessandra Casero, Italy.
Madonna, Madonna, Madonna. Doing it for Team Pizza and Pasta. About to hit the water. What a day, what a day. He for day number 3 for the European titles for the youth and senior divisions here in beautiful gear. What a day. Beautiful people, beautiful crowd, beautiful riders, and of course our beautiful judges, and most of all, beautiful commentator and friends. But all eyes are now on the water for Alessandra. This is her first competition ever. Put your hands together for Alessandra, making her debut right here in the Europeans. And just letting go right before the corner. And that will be her first run score. For Alessandra. Next up, all the way from right here in the beautiful Hungary, we got Farkas Cecilia, local hero, part of the beautiful Hungarian wake scene that has been an absolutely incredible host for us here in gear.
Rider Farkas Cecilia, Hungary.
This is her first European championship. And getting started with a big old jump start off the dock. She gets into the scoring zone with a right foot forward. Big old half cab. That frontside 180 on to the butter 540. Ollie frontside 180 showing the judges she can spin both ways. Little tic-tac action. Eyeing up the fun box with a right foot forward. Coming in strong. Backside board slide. And same way 90 out. Setting her up with her left foot forward ahead of the first corner. Big wide cut as she goes for the tic-tac. That's the Ollie frontside 180. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the 40 and above Master Ladies Division, putting their bodies and lives on the line here for your viewing pleasure. Put your hands together for Cecilia as she sets out for the A-frame with a right foot forward. Backside board slide. Oh, it's backside 50-50, getting the full pull on that one. Eyeing up the dance floor, some fancy footwork with the dance moves on the dance floor. That frontside 180. Coming around the corner now. Rockin' bib number 107. One last kicker hit. And going down, just going not quite wide enough. Just going a little bit deep there on the corner. So that will be run number 1 for your local hero, Cecilia Farkas.
Next rider is Karina Clayton, Team Great Britain.
Team GB, where are you at? You know that if there's going to be a Team GB rider, it's about to get real loud here on the lake. And the crowd sounds hype all the way from the other side of the lake where I'm sitting here with the judges. As you all know, we're going to be doing reverse riding order for our finals throughout this competition. What that means is that all the riders are going to go for their first run, and then we're going to reorganize the order of each run, of each rider for their second run, so that if you rode very good in your first run, you have the advantage of watching everyone else ride ahead of your second run. And Team GB goes wild as their hero goes through that first kicker with a nice indie grab through that right kicker onto the case, and she goes on her toes, frontside lip slide, and dropping into the wall, staying composed as she goes through to the fun box, right foot forward. Big old gap, landing at the very end of that box and riding through. on to the flat water section. Coming around now. All eyes now on the back straight as she sets up on her toes for the A-frame. Frontside lip slide, two switch 50-50, FPB. For those of you who don't know, now you know, full pull, baby. There's that frontside 540 on the dance floor. On she goes for the flat water section. Look at that smile. That is what wakeboarding is about. Don't get it twisted. The good vibes, pushing ourselves, getting creative on the water. Nice big ollie over on the short section right here before the motor tower as she sets up for one last trick for the toe side, front side 180. And I think she sneaked a little grab in there too.
The next rider will be Elżbieta Nietzsche from Poland.
Next up, all the way from Poland, we got Elżbieta setting up now with her left foot forward for her heel side, front side, 540, the El Clasico, going out guns blazing. As she sets up now for the Kaysen, going front side 180 into that switch 50-50, then dropping to the side of the wall and switching it back to her right foot forward position. Now setting up for the inside fun ball, getting that nose grab 180 into the bank. Meanwhile, Team GB going absolutely buck wild for her rider. Elżbieta going for the air rally, the first air trick we've seen in this final. On she goes to the Dominic Hermer feature with her heel side cut, backside board slide, about 80% full pull, but very, very solid. The first rider we've seen in this category to do a transfer. And there's the tranny finder alling into the downwards end of the pull gap. On to the transition curb. Going for that 50-50 full pull. Are we going to see another air trick? I think we are. The crypt. And the crowd going wild. Dobrze, as she sets up for one more kicker hit. The tantrum, clean as you like. What a run, what a run. We're just waiting for some results so that we can get started with our reverse starting order. What that actually means is that the higher your score was in your first run, the later you will go for your second run, and you'll have that advantage of seeing all the other riders ride ahead of you. Replan your run, maybe add a bit of strategy to the game. So we're just waiting for some results ahead of declaring what the riding order is. Fantastycznie! So we just got some results, so we're just going to read them out before sending the girls for their second run. First run score is going to stand for Alessandra. as she has decided not to go for her second run. It's all good. It's all good here. I believe she might be injured and is still committing for the glory of the sport.
Next rider, Farkas Cecilia, Team Hungary, Magyarország.
So currently at third place, we got Cecilia Farkas. Followed up in second place, we got Karina Clayton. And at the top spot, we got Elżbieta Nietzsche. So right now is an opportunity to improve the first run scores and get that top spot on the podium. All the ladies right now on the water or due to ride have already secured their place on the podium. But who is going to be taking that top spot? Currently, Elżbieta sitting at the top spot. Let's see what Karina and Cecilia have got to respond. As she sets up over on the far side with her left foot forward, big old ollie frontside 180. Little of a butter slide. I like what I see. Another ollie frontside 180, showing the judge she can do both left foot forward and right foot forward. Setting up now for features fairway. Over on the back straight with her left foot forward, eyeing up the A-frame. Big old heel side cut for the 50-50, 50-50. Frontside 180 out. How you like me now? On she goes with her left foot forward to the dance floor. 50-50, frontside 180 out. Coming around the corner now. A fashion air. Let's go. On she goes. That is a big old heel side cut. The going down and catching an edge on the ollie backside 180. Give us a wave to know you're okay. You're a champion. Is it going to be enough to improve her score? We're about to find out. Not quite enough to push Elżbieta off that top spot. But congratulations, you've made it onto the podium. That is for sure.
Our next rider is Karina Clayton, Team Great Britain.
Now Karina sitting on the top in the second spot, wanting to improve her first run score, already getting a stronger pull here on the caisson. As she sets up for the fun box, big old tap on the very end of the fun box, gapping through that first straight. On she goes. So what really separated Elżbieta from the rest of the girls was the air tricks. Let's see if Karina's got an air trick or two just to bump up that score and maybe push Elżbieta off that top spot, put her on her toes. Or are we going to see a celebratory run? On she goes, on her toe side, going front, back lip and same weight, 90 out. Setting up left foot forward for the 540 on the dance floor. That. On she goes. One more hit. The heel side, front side, 360, and the crowd goes wild. Team GB is stoked. Is it going to be enough to put her in that top spot? Or is Elżbieta Nietzsche going in the water for a celebratory run?
Second run von Elżbieta Nietzsche, Team Poland.
Congrats for a victory lap. Team Poland is bringing home the first medal in this year's 2023 European Championships. Look alive, look it live. We're about to crown our... Let's see if she's going to take a chill or absolutely send it. And send it she is. We're at heel side, front side, 540. On she goes, toe side, front lip, and dropping in with her right foot forward down the bank. To the front box she goes. The 360 into the bank and rides away. On she goes. What air tricks has she got up her sleeve now? A massive air railie to the outside over on the far side of the lake. Moving forward around now the old obstacle sitting on the side. Are we going to see that transfer again? I'm certain we are. I think that is a big cut. That is a big cut. Backside, board side. Not quite the full pull that she had in the first lap, but still very, very solid. Onto the pull gap. There's the tranny finder landing in the downward of the pull. Straight air through the tranny. Are we going to see that crypt again? The back roll and just landing a little bit heavy. But crowd going wild. Team Poland on the shore looking stoked. That is their first gold medal in this competition. Ladies and gentlemen, there's the tantrum. Put your hands together for your first European Champion of the Year, Elżbieta Nietzsche.
Hello, Farkas. Are you, Cecilia? How did you feel?
We're just going to send some sprayers ahead of getting started with our Master Ladies.
In this competition, and I loved every minute of it. I really enjoyed.
What is the name of your
Big,
I am
big
from
shout out to all the
Budapest, from
sponsors,
Hungary.
all the judges,
I'm a
all you
local,
beautiful crowd. Of course, our
participant,
beautiful
and,
hosts,
my home cable
the
is almost
local federation
near
and cable park,
Budapest.
and of course,
Nice.
our judges, officials,
Was that you?
and your beautiful commentator. Nah, I'm just kidding.
Oh,
Fantastyczne! So there you have it. Congratulations to our podium holders, Cecilia Farkas, Karina Clayton, and Elżbieta Nietzsche. And of course, commiserations to Alessandra Laura Casero. Can we please make sure we all stick around for our Masters Ladies competition final? And of course, that's going to be followed up by the flower ceremony. And last but not least, the captain's meeting. And I believe there is potentially going to be some practice later today, but that is to be discussed. My apologies, there is no practice today. Just to confirm, the practice is only for those still in the competition. My apologies. Only the finalists of junior men wake skate, junior ladies wake skate, and veteran men's wakeboard. And some of the judges. We got there. It took us a while, but we got there. Ironically enough, Rome wasn't built in a day.
Wakeboard finals, Masters ladies. First rider will be Giulia Marrasso, Team Italy.
We're about to get started with our Master Ladies Finals for the IWWF Wake Park European and African Championships for the youth and seniors. We're about to crown our second podium in this week's event. All eyes on the water right now. Coming in left foot forward for the heel side, front side, 360. Switching it up to have her right foot forward, setting her up for that wall ride. 180 on and just hopping into the wall. Not quite sure that that's what she wanted, but still very, very solid hit nonetheless as she goes to the left fun box. Little tic-tac-toe action and getting that backside 180 out. Managing the tension like an absolute pro as she comes around now. Going right foot forward around that back straight, playing it safe. Remember, guys, it's reverse riding order. You want to make sure that your first run score gets a very good position on that board so that you can go as late as possible for your second run for the money time. Setting up now for the back straight, on her toes, right foot forward. Hard weight 270, not quite locking in, but still getting that full pull through the A-frame. Onto the pull gap she goes, going safety to the donkey kink. That is a big gap to do. Going toe side, 50-50, front side 180 out. Switching it around now. Going in lake, back roll to a bit of a butt check, but it's all good here. Still got a second run to go. Madonna, Madonna. The crowd screams. And going for the Scarecrow 90 to a butt check. Very sick, very big, but just not as clean as you want it to be.
Rider is Zuzana Hrushkova, Team Slovakia.
Oh, this one is no stranger to competition. I don't know about being a rider in a competition, but definitely no stranger to competition. This young lady has been behind so many events, making sure that they run smoothly, judging, helping out. So I'm very, very, very excited to see her throw down on the water. Yes, Susie! Let's go! All eyes are on the water for Team Slovakia as Susie sets out with her left foot forward for a big old heel side, front side 180. On she goes, eyeing up the incline with her right foot forward, going outside in approach, backside board slide. Nice shifty off, getting the full pull on that rail. On she goes for that inside fun box with her right foot forward. Big old gap straight into the bank. Very, very solid first straight for the young at heart Slovakian rider. On she goes for a huge crypt, practically landing back in Bratislava. On she goes with her right foot forward, setting her up for that back straight. Is she going to hit the Dominic Hurler or the A-frame? By the looks of it, it's going to be the Dominic Hurler rail with her right foot forward, heel side cut. 50-50. Backside, front side 180 out, locking that in super proper. On she goes to the tranny finder, landing on the down ramp of the pull gap. On to the transition curve, getting that tail grab out. Nice and steezy. Style and ease, that's what we wakeboarders like to call steez. And steez indeed there is Ooh, getting a little funky there on the landing. The 90 cribbed, but still very solid despite that butt check. And there's the heel side, front side, 540, 360. I think she was going to go for the 540, just landed a little bit heavy. Very, very solid. Where is that going to put her on the board? Currently, we have Julia at the top spot with 40. Let's see where Susanna's first run is going to place her on the board.
Next rider is Janina Prus from Germany.
All eyes on the water right now for Team Germany. As she sets out with her right foot forward. Big old tail grab, nice and sleazy. Remember, that's part of what the judges want to see. It's not just about doing difficult tricks, but it's about showing that you've got it under control and showing a good variety of tricks. When you go on a rail, are you locking in? When you spin, do you grab? Do you pre-spin? Those are things that the judges are going to be looking for. Being good ain't good enough. You want to give each trick your own personal touch to it. Are you tweaking things? Are you grabbing? How big are you going? There's a lot more factors than just putting in as many tricks as you can. And even making them difficult sometimes just isn't enough. On she goes to the back straight, setting up with her right foot forward on her toes to the A-frame. What's it going to be? The big old gap to front side lip slide on the A-frame, setting her up perfectly with the tension to the dance floor. Front lip, pretzel to 70. Going for the outleg back roll and just bring that around perfectly for the landing. To go for one more air trick, it's going to be the air Rayleigh. Team Germany going wild. Felix can practically be heard back in Berlin. On he goes. On she goes for heel side, front side, 360, and look at that claim.
Rider will be Maxine Saboulet from Netherlands.
All eyes on the water for the one and only Maxine Sapoulet, the legend, as she sets up for a beautiful elephant to start up her run. Front lip and dropping in on the caisson. Goed, lekker, lekker. Team Nederlands, a.k.a. Team French Fries. There's a backside 50-50 on the transfer box. On she goes. No stranger to a finals. No stranger to the cable park. Maxine Sapoulet knows exactly what she needs to do. She's at a massive advantage after seeing everyone else ride. Setting up with that Vulcan straight onto the in-link back roll to revert. I think she's going to take it a little bit easier. Oh, no, she ain't. Setting up for that beautiful back roll to the outside. On she goes on the front back straight. Setting up with her right foot forward to the Dominic Kernler rail. Backside board slide. Locking in on her nose, just pressing through the entire thing, getting the full pull. Going for the front board. Same way 90 out. Not quite the full pull, but still very, very solid hit. 180 on to the tantrum off the transition curb. Look at those color dreads. I love it. On she goes. That's a big old cut for the blind judge, making it look too easy. Dan Cavell. One last kicker hit for Maxine Sapoulet. It's going to be the heel side, front side, 360. And she did indeed sneak a grab in there. That has to put her in the top spot. We're just going to wait quickly for some scores before sending the ladies for their second runs. After we finish the second rounds, be sure to stick around as we're going to have the flower ceremony over by the dock straight away, and that is going to be followed by the captain's meeting.
Second run of Giulia Marrasso, Team Italy.
All eyes on the water. She goes in for her second run, going heel side, front side, 360, switching it back up to her right foot forward, setting up for the incline with the wall ride. Going for that front side 180 to switch 50-50 and not quite locking in till the very end, but still very, very solid. On she goes. A little tic-tac-toe action and just almost going down. I thought she was going to go down for sure, but by some miracle of the Lord recovering out of that rotation. So far, pretty much going like for like from her first run. Let's see where is she going to be putting those improvements that she knows she needs to have if she wants to make it onto that podium. Currently sitting at that fourth spot. And wants to make it onto that podium. On she goes. Deciding not to opt in for that 270 and rather staying on the switch 50-50, which I actually think is going to reward her because doesn't need to lock in and doesn't need to lock into that 270 and still gets the full pull in a proper position as opposed to being somewhere in between a 50-50 and a 270. In she goes for the in-lake. Back roll and just landing a little bit heavy, not flipping fast enough. Va bene, Madonna, Madonna. Grazie mille for that beautiful... Oh, that was the commentator's kiss of death. So I think the first run score is going to stand. But hey, I ain't no judge.
Second run of Zuzana Hrušková, Team Slovakia.
Let's go as we send out Zuzana all the way from Slovakia. The royal couple of wakeboarding. As she goes, guns blazing, not letting that butt check the water from that 360. My goodness. On she goes. Backside, board slide, full pull, baby. The FPB. Oh, you know it. Setting up for the fun box, going for the big old transfer from the up ramp into the bank. Coming around the corner for some air tricks. What's it going to be? Big old air railie. On she goes. Coming around the corner now. Setting up for the next set of rails with a right foot forward. Strong heel side cut. It's going to be the backside 50-50. Front side 180 out. Much cleaner than before. Setting up for the pull gap. 180 in. Tranny finder. Almost catching an edge, but staying composed as she moves forward in her run for the back roll. A little bit heavy on the landing, but still room for one more air trick. It's going to be the crypt and just landing a little bit heavy on that one too. Not to worry, not to worry. One more kicker hit. What's it going to be? All eyes on that left kicker for that heel side, front side. El Clasico. And no, that butt did not check the water. Big round of applause for Susie for some unbelievable riding and, of course, all the hard work that her and Romanko do for wakeboarding around the world. Is it going to be enough to push Maxine Sepulet from that top spot? or is she staying comfortably on that third position? So that is not enough to push Joanna and Maxine from those top positions. So congratulations to the three of you for making it onto the podium. But the real question is, who is going to be taking home that gold medal? Is it going to be Maxine or is it going to be Janina?
Second run for Janina Prus, Team Germany.
All eyes on the waters. Janina gets back for her second run. Nice tail grab to start things up. Eyeing up the incline with her right foot forward. Backside board slide to the wall ride. And a little hop off the wall back into the water. On she goes. Backside board slide. Ooh, going for the lip slide. Getting the full pull on the flat section of the fun box. FPB. Full pull, baby. On she goes. I heard Janina's got a surprise for us all. That is a big old transfer and getting the 270 out of the gap on the A-frame onto the dance floor, getting that front lip 270 out. Coach Felix Schneider waiting for her on the shore. What's it going to be? I think she's taking it chill. What's it going to be? And going down on the blind judge. That back edge will wake you up. I ain't no judge. Is she okay? She's okay. Round of applause for Janina. Taking one for the team. For your viewing pleasure, ladies and gentlemen. I wasn't kidding when I said they were putting their bodies and lives on the line. I was not kidding. I ain't no judge, so this is not official, but I think Maxine Cepelette is going to go for a victory lap. So before we send her off, let's wish Maxine Cepelette a big congratulations and round of applause for being this year's European champion. Goed, lekker, lekker. Doing it for Team French Fries. Is she going to take a chill? Definitely not. That's not the Maxine Cepelette that we know. She is definitely not taking a chill. She wants to put up a show to show you why she is your European and African champion. On she goes with a right foot forward. Big old transfer to back lip. Are you kidding me? Coming around the corner now. Please make sure you stick around for our flower ceremony and, of course, the captain's meeting. Opening up with a blind judge. On she goes. Around for another air trick. The back roll. Oh, setting up. It looks like it's going to be something big. Big old heel side cut for the backside board slide. Same way 270. Almost making it look too easy. Up she goes. Front board. Same way 90. Miss Colorful Dreads. 180 in. Tantrum out. Goed, lekker, lekker. The back move. And to the outside. Esther blinding going down. Round of applause for your European and African champion, Maxine Cepelette. And that is a wrap for day number 3. Be sure to stick around. We're about to get started with our flower ceremony, followed by the captain's meeting.
Here in the tent we have Susanna representing Team Slovakia. How do you
We're
feel about
just about to get
solidifying
started
your
with
spot
our
into third
flower
place in the
ceremony.
European
Please make your
Championships?
way
I'm very
to
stoked. First
the
of all, very stoked to be
riders
competing
area
in such a
by
big
the dock.
international event. First time after my knee injury. And happy about my runs. Could have been a bit cleaner, but really happy of landing that 540 of the kicker. So.
Well done. How do you feel about the park here in Hungary?
It's a great park. It's really nice features, very technical, very huge. So one has to get used to them. But yeah, everyone's really nice here. So.
Yes, it is a scary park, but thank you for coming along, and hopefully see you next year.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Do you want to come on?
What, like this?
Just say like who you're waiting for.
We're waiting for who?
Talk about who you're waiting for.
We are waiting for Janina from Team Germany, who's just making her way up the dock. We are here in the interview tent with Janina from Team Germany. How do you feel after securing your second place?
Oh, I feel very, very great. Just great to be here and performing. And yes, I did a break of 13 years of competing. So my last competition was 2010, and this year I started again, some small comps, and this is my first big event again.
What do you think was the highlight of your run?
The highlight? I don't know. I think maybe the front flip there back in the corner, or maybe the gap lined out, or maybe the blind judge. Which?
And what do you think of the feature layout here?
Oh, it's great. I like this this up. How do you call it? The second on the right, the up rail. Yes, because at first I was a bit scared of it because it's so narrow, but now I really like it and would try some more things on it if I had time.
Cool. Well, thank you for your time here for the interview.
Okay, thank you.
See you soon.
Hello. Yeah, I'm the interviewer.
What's up, dude?
Oh, how has it been European champion?
Feels really good. Again, I had many titles, but it's been a while.
And how long has it been since?
The last Europeans, I think the last one was Ravenna, Italy, 2015.
Well, that's a long time ago. Yeah, that is a long time ago. So where is your home cable park and how many years have you been training?
My hometown is Enschede. I don't live there anymore. I don't really have a home cable now, but I have been wakeboarding since 2003.
Well, not only have you been wakeboarding, I see you've also become the coach of the Netherlands. How's that feel to be coaching and egging on your team?
Yeah, it's been 4 years now since coaching, and I really enjoy it because I've been in the sport so long. So yeah, it's good to cheer for the others and also join a little bit. It's good team spirit.
Well, congratulations on your title. Thank you for coming into the interview tent. And that's a wrap for today.
Get your pictures, get your likes, show some love. Putting their bodies on the line for your viewing pleasure. Got the pictures, got the snaps, we got the kid as well.
Great job!
Good job, ladies. Next up, our Masters Ladies Flower Ceremony. A massive round of applause for our third place. We got Susanna Ruskova. Absolutely killed it at second place. Doing it for Deutschland, Janina Krusch. And no stranger to a podium whatsoever. Destroyed the course and went for a victory lap. Put your hands together for Goed Lekker Lekker, Maxine Sabuel. Well, African and European champions for 2023. Another round of applause, guys. Come on. There we go. Alrighty, guys, can we please make sure that if you need to stick around for the captain's meeting, you do so. And if you have practice later today, you're aware of it and you stick around as well if you want to. And thank you so much, everyone. Again, massive round of applause, and we'll see you all tomorrow.
Kamerát hozzam be a kocsiba, vagy a kamerastatív, rendben.
Mikor menjünk átbeszélni oda, most menjünk szerintem oda?
Igen, csak össze is kell pakolni, hogy menjünk oda. Kamerás cuccokat.
Mondja az időpontot, mondjatok amikor.
Jó, apa beszélni akar. Micsoda?
Semmi, csak annyi, hogy